Did you get in? How'd you get in?
My iPad.
Oh, well, I must have
I
gotten it
forgot my iPad.
because I thought they were checked in my.
I didn't know it.
Okay. Oh,
I forgot it. It's called being film. No, I printed out. I've got the agenda. Let me look. Good suggestion, Yvonne.
With that?
There we go. Okay. This is kind of that paper.
I mean, the, I don't want to let people in.
Does that mean?
Oh, that's good. There you go. That's all good. I think Lisa had her speaker on, right?
Oh, you did?
Microphone.
Okay.
So there you go. You're ready to roll.
Okay.
Lisa, you're gonna manage.
I'll let people into the meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is bullshit. You sneak out here every day.
I know, especially.
It's all good. Nice to see you.
I gotta learn this some days, Terry, so, you know, just kinda, I gotta learn this sometime, so
Oh, that's okay.
it's just gonna leave me.
Speaking of leaving you. 6:45.
Okay.
Yeah, I got another.
Is it me?
Yes. Yeah, I have another one.
Okay,
So hopefully we have all the budget stuff done by then.
yeah, hopefully.
We're not many cars I pass.
Yeah. Too many to count on your hands.
Well.
You may find it hard to believe, but there was a time when we could blow through 40 or 50 items on the agenda and be out in 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
Get out.
Yeah.
Seriously?
oh, I believe that.
Were you running the show?
He is
Yeah.
good at it. He is good at it.
He's very good at it.
But then again, I was young and sober.
You were what?
I was young and sober.
She's young and sober.
Oh, this is what I was.
Normal. This was based on.
Hi, Emily.
Lisa, I went out 302 the other day and I got right to 232 where the big washout was.
Yes.
And when I came back through, I can't believe, I hope they're gonna do more than what they did because if we get rain again, I mean, that big riprap and rock is great, but it needs, there needs to be a channel.
Yeah,
That is too high.
it really is.
You know.
I mean, and if you go into Groton, did you go
Yeah, yeah,
into Groton, the water is like level with
yeah,
the road.
yeah, yeah.
So any more rain?
Where does that, other than down that hillside, where does that much water come from that direction? Is it that little brook? Because that little brook has never done that.
I mean,
And there's, then there's the, what's the lake that's out there? Like, I don't know if it's coming from that.
Catherine Sayon.
Sam, yeah. Sam Pond. No. It was amazing. It was amazing to see. And then even, and then I was also up in Hardwick the other day and same deal, that the
Yeah.
Lamoille River, the amount of trees lining both sides of that thing that were, you know, debris. No wonder it's getting pushed up out of the riverbeds. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's amazing. Incredible. The snowmobile bridge just passed the,
Oh, yeah,
it's
That
moved
did just-
and it's bent.
yeah.
It moved it and it's got a curl in it now.
Really, like, updated that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing, incredible. That's, gosh, that's 10 feet above normal level.
Brody.
But, so Catherine.
I need 2 toothpicks.
You need 2 toothpicks? I came flying in from Rutland. I was doing training in Rutland. Told me I passed a whole bunch of cars. Might have been driving aggressively. Guess what I was teaching?
Might have.
Safe
Safe
driving.
driving?
I was.
Terry.
I get to tell stories when I do safe driver training. I was like, here's what you don't do.
You experience it.
I've seen some crazy things out there on that Interstate 89.
Well, there's a section of 107 where they've cleared. It's like, I hope they're going to put in some second lanes because it needs it.
Yeah.
That's half the problem.
Yeah,
Is once you get on that road and you get behind a truck or something,
log
it just
yeah.
it creates unsafe because people pass because they want to get by.
Because they do go really hard. This way. Do you have anything to share tonight?
Not really.
Oh gosh.
The long week last week didn't come with
I bet you get to the point where you're just like, leave me alone.
Well,
They don't know. But
No, I
I've had
know.
1,000 questions.
So, one of these first days, we have history
It's already being used.
Thanks, Brody.
Well, no, I don't think that's
Yeah. And I get your text message, I'll try my best.
Thanks.
If you, okay, we can put it to the beginning of the agenda.
Well, it's already anyway.
Well,
It kind of is.
So, I
Been a long time.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Anybody got coffee?
Gotcha.
But yeah, I think that's.
3 miles.
14 something? 14 Dems from JP's.
why?
Just,
Check
yeah,
it out.
yeah.
Cheers were shut up the same way.
We all appreciated that.
Well, now,
What can I tell you? There's 14 people who are dying to do it.
Yeah, okay.
Emily?
So. Okay. So I mean, the question is do we want to push everything, the public comments through the comment all through?
To the end. So I can always follow up. I mean, executive sessions and that. Just a quick update.
Okay.
And I think
Oh, no, I meant the budget conversation, pushing that all the way up.
if you want to.
That's why-
First year to be notified.
I gotta realize.
Sonia, I put the resolution on the board's work plan for October, like the date you told me.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And you don't want me to reserve a spot for you tomorrow? You're just gonna integrate in the crowd?
I'm just gonna slide into the back.
Slide into the back?
Yeah, that's what I prefer to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Thank you, though.
Hey, I'm sorry.
I will be there.
You will? Good.
Yeah.
Can I
Do you want
reserve?
Do you want a special spot up front? Are you gonna sit up front?
No, I'm
No,
gonna
she's
slide into the back. I
What
just
does
said,
that mean? Up front, like on a stage?
No, I'm not even being on the stage. No, it's in the front row.
Okay, yes. What time?
We have coffee at 8 and the kickoff will be 8:30.
Awesome.
well, if Emily's gonna be in the front, I'll sit with Emily.
Okay.
I'm not gonna sit by myself in the back and let Emily sit.
All right. Are you coming, Catherine?
Yeah, hi.
I wouldn't let you do that.
Mr. Petrocelli?
I might pop in the
Okay.
back.
I'll just lurk in the back. I
Okay,
don't know how much time I'll have.
I'm showing a really fun video, so you should be there to watch it.
Okay.
I would say something else.
I did get time for the
I was gonna say,
October thing.
yeah, you
I
are.
haven't signed up for it yet, though.
If you need help, just ask,
Can I just tell her to sign me up
you
for it?
can,
Okay.
you can. And,
And I'm gonna be there Thursday and Friday, so I got time off for both.
thank you.
And I'm looking at the. Online, I think we can just do our normal,
Admit all.
yeah, it shouldn't take too long to go through the normal agenda.
A little bit,
In
but now
theory.
doing all the late letters.
I forget how I do this.
Yeah.
When they come in, I just
It's
click
not
on them
busy
and let them in. Is that how
directly,
it
it's
goes?
busy indirectly.
It's really on out. I think it's.
Yeah, as soon as they pop in, just hit allow. And I don't know these on the little people.
Starts recording that you're a jerk.
Oh, you gonna. Heck yeah.
I didn't try. Oh, okay. That goes, they give them this way. No, you don't.
Add people.
I know.
I don't think anybody's there.
Jessica's
Right.
not.
How you doing?
Oh. Okay, thank you.
This weather would be bad.
I know.
About
No,
Do you start?
We have,
Says Alan.
I started today.
Oh,
I
you
wouldn't
started
have
today?
never guessed that.
You know, some of them get resolved.
Students.
Yep.
Next Wednesday.
Yep.
Both of us will have
Yep.
students next Wednesday.
That's what I do. I'm trying to, I've gotten now, I used to put it on my calendar on the date,
Yes.
and then I get an alert the day before, and I said, no, I screwed that up like today. I replaced it there.
Yeah.
So I gotta do it tomorrow, it's late. So I started putting it in the sleep.
No,
Oh, you can?
Just use your router, you don't.
Oh, you can? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, because that's why I didn't do it correctly.
Oh, yeah.
More places. I
My mechanic started tagging the fee on because they added it up last
All
year.
right.
That's a lot.
Maybe $20,000.
Audio, right?
So I just for accepting.
I like them.
But it was
Yeah,
rejected.
little Coca-Cola, but they're the same. I only really need them for reading, so they're an awful situation.
But yeah, and it goes up and down. I think the winter one is a little bit higher.
And we're like, oh, something.
That should be.
I would have never guessed it either. Yeah, oh, no doubt.
A lot better than my dad. Oh, yeah.
Which is all.
Yeah.
Oops.
You said yes.
So I just go back to admit all.
Or you can, as they come up. Totally works.
What is this in your contributors 11 and also invited nine?
That means the people that have been invited are us.
Oh, okay.
So contributor, I don't know who contributor.
Would that be online? The people who are online?
Yes, those are the contributors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turn on right now.
How are you?
I know, but I always default to the past.
Oh my God, I saw this last night. Yes, it's so fun. There's one shot at the end where she's like still, her mouth is wide open. It's awesome. Yeah, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
So is it
Yes, I mean, you learn, you didn't
Yeah,
know,
that's-
you didn't know.
It's being recorded, right?
Oh, no, the political
I know.
office, like,
So it says,
the,
who's at the meeting,
what is it?
what's the translation, no, it's not, it's imperfect, but it gives her, you know,
Right,
some
yeah.
Okay, no, I can, I'll admit, I stand for what's more.
I stand for what's more. You're moving, you're moving to
I will
Maryland.
move to Maryland for West.
Shut the other one off and turn it
And
on.
she didn't know that.
There, that's what I was. That's funny, but I'm gonna stay here, not everybody understands.
If I don't go there.
Yeah, right.
It's 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
All right, so I'm gonna call this meeting to order. I'm gonna welcome everybody here. I do want to make a mention about public comment. Public comment is welcome and limited to 2 minutes per item. The board will hear public comments and questions, but won't respond directly during the comments. We will ask the superintendent to respond to the comments. I do ask if there's a board member that's willing to assist me with the minutes, just in case I make a mistake. Who will time? Garrett? And I also want to read the board norms, which is keep the best interests of the school and children in mind while balancing the needs of taxpayers. Make decisions based on clear information, honor the board's decisions, keep meetings short and on time. Hopefully we can do that tonight. Stick to the agenda, keep remarks short and to the point. Everyone gets a chance to talk before people take a second turn, and respect others and their ideas. With that, I'm moving on to the pledge and mindfulness moment. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for a mindfulness moment. All right, moving on to additions and deletions to the agenda. Is there a, well, first I would like to know if we can remove the consent agenda, which is the hires. I didn't see any. So we're going to remove the new hires, the entire consent matter. Is there any other additions or deletions? All right, is there a motion to approve the amended Terry, second Terry motioned and seconded by Nancy? Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Moving on to public comment. This is for folks to just make a comment about something that is not on the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the board about an item that's not on the agenda? All right, moving on to student voice. Is there someone from the student body that would like to speak? No? Moving on to budget discussion, FY25, and I will pass it over to you.
Thank you. So I want to answer a question that was posed to us during the last, actually 2 questions that was posed to us during the last board meeting. One came up from Nancy Leclerc. Nancy asked the question about cell phone use and whether cell phone stipends were part of contracts. I erroneously answered in the affirmative, and that is not the case. It is for one administrator, but not everyone. We have 37 people who we pay a small stipend to for the ability to use their cell phone when we need to get in contact with them. And some of those positions include custodians. In addition to custodians, it would include administrators. It includes people, the directors, people in the business office. It includes other, like I said, 37 staff get a $400 stipend for the use of their phones. At this point, I would not recommend removing it from the budget because we do contact, it is rare, but we do contact sometimes people over the weekend, especially if things go wrong or if there's an emergency or something that I need an answer to before the school week starts. It is not uncommon for this to happen across districts. I've been in 4 or 5 different districts, and that has always been part of a contract that we offer employees who have a requirement to do school business potentially after the school day or on the weekends. So at this point, it still remains in the budget, but that's a point of conversation tonight. The second response I'd like to make is in reference to the special education question for extraordinary cost. So in the fall of every year, the special ed director and the business manager work together to determine and to analyze a group of students whose programs reach a threshold of a lot of money. And in this case, it's over $60,000. We also provide information to the Department of Education about students who we serve who are in care and custody of the state, because that reimbursement we get, I think, still is 100%. The first category of student with extraordinary costs, we get, once they hit we get some support for all of their programs, but once they hit the threshold, we get even more money reimbursement from the agency. And so we get all of those programs and we analyze and determine what the cost is at that time. And we have a spreadsheet, and this is brand new as of this year, Lisa, or last year? Last 2 years, which is called the spreadsheet calculator. So it actually calculates what reimbursement we will get based on the information we put out on the sheet. We use this information for budgeting in the following year. So the information in question was collected in the fall of 2023. And as you know, most districts get to use that because they pass the budget in March. But in our case, because the budget vote will be late, we actually have an opportunity to look at that prediction versus the report that we give to the state at the end of the year, which is called our SEER, Special Ed Expenditure Report, correct? So those numbers may be different, but remember that is a point in time, and it represents some of those high costs such as tuitions, such as transportation, such as OT/PT services, and all of the services that go into serving that student. So the information is an estimate. We always know that it's an estimate, and we use it in budgeting for the following year. So the question that was posed to us is, why wouldn't we use the revenue that we currently know we have? Because the report had been filed as of August 15th. And the answer is because this was our estimate. Students in special education change all the time. They come and go from programs. They move in and out of our district. To try and get a solid number that we can count on all year long is very difficult to do because of the changes, right? We believe that the second year of the calculation for reimbursement puts us in better stead to have a handle on the reimbursement. So going forward, we expect more predictability. Right now, you didn't see a big change, right? From $1 million to over $2 million. But now that we have this calculator, we feel we can be more accurate in predicting what the reimbursement will be. So that's the response. Lisa, did you want to add something?
No, that was perfect. Thank you.
All right.
So other than that, as you know from superintendent's notes, I am bringing back to the board the budget that I presented last week. I'm hoping that you'll deliberate over that this evening. I would like to add that it is my sincere hope that we can get full board support. However, if that cannot happen, that is a result of your discussions this evening. My hope is that we can agree in the end to operate as one board and speak with one voice as we go forward. So thank you.
All right, so with that, I will make a round on the board. Juliana? I'm just gonna go around the
Yeah,
board.
no, that's fine. Fine. I'm fine with what has been presented.
All right, Garrett?
Same. I've supported budgets that were more than this, and I can support this one.
Okay, Sonia?
Yeah, I am in support of this. As I've expressed before, I think it's hard to balance the needs of the taxpayers with the needs of the students, and I appreciate that the administrators are continuing to work to find that balance. I appreciate the compromise of the people who would like it to be higher, and I respect that there are some community members who've supported higher budgets, and then there are some community members who don't support higher budgets. So, well, this is the position that we're in. It's not ideal, in my opinion, and I think it will have some longer term effects. If the superintendent recommends it, then I can support it.
Okay, Emily?
I also support this budget. I think that the tax rate increases we're looking at, less than 1% in Berry City, less than 4% in Berry Town. I hope that seems reasonable to our taxpayers, and I support bringing this to the ballot.
All right, Alice?
I still have a couple of questions. I believe that we have worked on meeting our goal of transparency, but that we really need to be sure that we have been fully transparent about the budget and what has gone into it. I think we still have to look at, even though there are some questions about that, the affordability of it, and that has been my question all along as to whether or not we as the district are offering something that truly is affordable for our citizens. And then for us, is it sustainable for us as a group? Can we continue? We were at a 5.4 last year. We're looking at 7 point something this year. What's the sustainability of that particular rise as we go along? And want to be sure also that we meet the needs of our district and not exceed those needs, because that has always been a question that I have heard from the citizenry, is that there's a question that we have been exceeding what the needs are, and that's how we end up with a surplus.
Can you?
I'd like to continue.
Oh, okay. Nancy?
Yeah, I wanted to ask some questions about this revenue, if I could. So in what you said, the 3.2 is a guesstimate. Is
The
that correct?
it is
3.2 million on line.
based on the calculator that
special
we've
ed.
been given, correct?
Okay. It seems really high compared to looking at the past. My concern, why would we not want to keep it down a little bit? Because if this is not actually, we're going to be in trouble. Do we know why we've
Fluctuated?
Yeah, I can explain, Nancy, the way we arrived at the 3.2. So all of the expenses for the extraordinary students were added to the calculator. It then reaches the threshold and determines how much above and beyond will be reimbursed to the district. And it came out to and this is based on numbers that the special ed director gathered. And it came out to.
Can I add to that, Lisa?
Yes.
This comes directly from the IEP. This is not a number that we're pulling out of a hat. We look at the services and then we look at a formula for how we spread those services amongst the students who are receiving it.
So it's 3,148,304. And then based on the assumption that the tuitions will increase, which they do every year, transportation increases, related services, we put in 3.2.
What was the actual driving factor? Because we've got less students this year. So what was the actual tipping point to make it almost double?
Is it more of the students who reach the threshold of extraordinary? I didn't do that analysis, Nancy, but that would be my guess.
Students at the time, their actual costs were added to the spreadsheet. And fortunately, now that we have a tool like this, we have a better way of determining what our reimbursements will be. Because you're right, it hasn't been consistent. And we haven't had a good way of understanding what our reimbursement would look like.
And then my other question is number 11, census block. Is that the number of students?
No, it's based on, so now that with Act 173, it's not reimbursement that we receive based on our expenditures. It's a block grant based on the number of students in our building. So it
In the
doesn't.
whole building,
Yes.
regardless, okay. Because that has decreased.
And it will continue to decrease.
Okay, so which to me was kind of confusing that that number's decreased, but yet your 3.2 is increased. I'm still trying to reconcile with that. And then the other question on line 17, other miscellaneous. In the beginning, when we started the budget, this was at 50,000, and now it's increased to 100.
Yes, so when we, early on in the budget, I added 50,000 as miscellaneous because we get miscellaneous, sometimes reimbursements and, so, but then the ELL, with Act 127, we receive an ELL grant of $50,000. So that's added there.
Multilingual students.
Yes.
Okay. So in addition to the 50,000 that you added, we're supposed to be getting another 50,000?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, sorry, got my notes over here. Did we ever, I did have a couple of questions. Did we ever figure out the discrepancy with the bus rider? That
The monitors on the bus,
I'm assuming that's what it is that has been.
that's still being reduced. So what, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, it's in the budget, as 150,000, but the actual costs have been coming in almost double.
Almost double?
Right.
Yeah, and I think that, we've increased what those bus riders are paid. So if you're riding a bus, you're making $25 an hour. And a lot of that was driven by people, we couldn't find bus riders. And it's really a safety issue for, to make sure that.
And yeah, I'm not questioning the reasoning. I'm questioning why, when you only budget 150,000, but your actuals for the last 2 years have come up to almost 300,000. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's just, we have more riders. It's one of those areas that I think we need to really look at. Another thing that we're trying to work on is, using the resources in the building, the people that are actually in the building rather than hiring extra people to drive the bus.
So would it be safe to say that this is definitely under budgeted and it should be adjusted?
Possibly, but.
We made some changes by distributing the responsibilities to people who are already in the building, Nancy, and we're hoping that's a good strategy. I think that that's the response. We know that we have to make sure there are some contractual things for those individuals, which making sure they have lunch. But at this point, and I know that's been resolved in one building, we're still working on it in another. So I didn't know that it was double. However, I think we have a plan going forward, and that's my hope to address it in that way.
So if it comes in high this year, where's the money coming from?
Can I just, the reduction also is in contracted services. We're not reducing the monitors. What you're referring to is the bus monitor line. We're not reducing that. We're reducing the contracted service for transportation because we were actually paying above and beyond for monitors through STA. And that's one of the things that we're reducing because we're going to try to use the resources in the building, the people that may have time in the day. So that was what was being increased.
Okay. I'm not sure I quite understand it, but I can take this offline and have a conversation.
Good, thank you.
Okay. My next thing is facilities. I had asked, we have not seen anything from facilities in regards to planned projects, the expenses that it's going to be needed, any equipment purchases or any facility needs. I don't see any of that. If it's in the budget, I don't know what it is because it hasn't been presented.
All right.
Let's see.
Can I just ask Lisa a question for a minute? So the spreadsheet that I have, that's listing the projects for each of the years. The last time we spoke about this at the board meeting, you had mentioned that it's already embedded in each of the buildings under
Yes.
facilities. If you need the answer to that question, Nancy, I could pull it from the budget and give it to you next time. I don't have that this evening, but
Okay.
from what I've been told, it's from that spreadsheet. Now, recognizing that spreadsheet might not have the type of information that you're looking for, and that's something you'll be working on. But I've been assured by the facilities manager that those projects are already embedded in each of the schools' budgets.
Okay, so let me, so it would be great to have, I know we've talked about the capital plan. So if we could just extract that piece, but I'm not recognizing it in this budget as to what we're actually spending it on. But anyways, okay. Let's see. I am still supporting 6.5. And the reason I am is because it's only about $468,000 less. And I think when we started this budget out, we've come down and it's been amazing that we've been able to find what we found. So we did a calculation and took the 6.5 and figured out the tax rate, the adjusted tax rate. So if we did the 6.5, Berry City taxpayers would not see a tax increase. It would be flat. Berrytown would recognize a 0.02 cent increase. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because I understand that the tax bills have gone out to taxpayers. And it's getting the shock value of these bills and what people are going to have to pay. And I'm really concerned with both communities. Berry City, they've suffered loss after loss. And they are struggling. And I just think if we can manage to have a 6.5% budget and not put this extra tax burden onto those people, we're still going to have 68 million current budget of educating our students. In Berrytown, there's some people in Berrytown that are also struggling. So, and it's those people that I'm really thinking about.
Can I ask a point of information? I'm so sorry.
1 minute. She's almost finished, and then we'll go around the room again.
Point of order, point of information is she asks the speaker if she can ask a question, and the speaker can decide whether she will allow it or not.
Okay.
Do you want to verify that?
I don't have the Robert's Rules books in front of me. I mean,
I do right here, if you know where it is.
no, I don't. But
What was it, Tony? Point of what?
Point of
Point of
information.
information.
it's not called point of information. It's called,
Point of inquiry or something.
yeah, something like that.
No, it's
Request
point
for
of information request.
Oh, it is point of information?
Yes.
Oh.
Doesn't list it, anything.
So, yeah, Robert's rule of information is a request for more information about a motion or process. It's a way to obtain information about business, and it's directed to the chair. The chair then directs the question to the member through the chair. What's the point of information?
Just in Ms. Leclerc's comments, she mentioned a budget of $68 million, which doesn't correspond to any number that I'm looking at now. And she also said we got together and did the tax rate. So I'm just curious, where's the $68 million number coming from? And who is the we that's getting together and working on the budget?
Would you like to answer that?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
If you look at the audit, on the last audit, you'll see the 68 million, the total amount of funds that was used for education. So that answers question number one. Number two, I spoke about we, because even though I work independently to get my information, I still consider us all we. And I'm looking at what I'm looking at. So does that answer your question?
Not really, because we, the board, didn't get together and do that tax rate calculation.
I wasn't referring to the board. I was referring to whoever I'm getting together with.
Who is that?
That's my personal business.
Okay. So, do you have more?
I do have, I do want to say something else, but I'll wait to come around again if that's allowable.
I mean, we can do that. I'd prefer that you do it all in one, and then we allow the public to speak, and then
Okay.
we'll go around again.
All right, I'm going to read something that I've given some thought to this whole process and some of the comments, the feedback that I've been getting. I understand that my effort and support for a decreased budget proposal is being perceived by some as harsh criticism. However, if being a harsh critic means diligently reviewing.
Can the whispering stop, please?
I apologize.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Reviewing every line over the past 8 months, managing budget variances, understanding tax implications for our community, projecting the impact on next year's budget, and effectively managing surplus funds to sustain high-quality education, then I accept that label. The criticism directed at board members may come from a misunderstanding of fiscal responsibility and needs-based budgeting. We need to carefully consider the financial implications of declining student numbers, student-to-teacher ratios, and how our budget affects both taxpayers and students. Is this budget truly providing value for our students? This board does hold differing positions on budget increase percentages. 5 versus 7.4 at this point. And both are valid, but the difference is significant, and it's essential to understand the reasoning behind each proposal. Those supporting 6.5 have done so after careful consideration of our district's financial position and the impact to our community. This stance reflects a commitment to balancing fiscal responsibility with the need to address educational requirements. It is not a matter of unwillingness to compromise, but rather a process of making informed decisions that align with our financial projections and community awareness. Supporting a decreased budget increase is a commitment to making informed decisions that prioritize our students' needs while considering the broader financial impact of our community. Thank you.
Any additional comments from you, Nancy?
I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, Terry?
Thank you. Just a couple follow-up questions on the, what is it, the special ed extraordinary. So for 24, I think the report that we got said that the revenue that's come in on that $1 million budget is 870-ish. That sound right? I think that's what it was.
So far.
So
yes.
far. How much do you anticipate to get in addition to that?
I think we're at about 2.6 million total is the estimate at this point.
Okay. So I appreciate that we have a calculator and an effort to be more accurate, but what's interesting is when you look at the historical numbers, right? 23, we budgeted $1 million, brought in 2.1. 24, we budgeted $1 million, we're going to bring in 2.6. I don't need a calculator to know that I'm under budgeting. So because we are historically under budgeting and not looking at what's right in front of us, we're showing the community this big increase of revenue, which is great if it actually materializes, right? But what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't? Then what? Then we're deficit spending, right? So I would be more comfortable if you think 2.1 or 2.6 is the right number, throw in, 3%, 5% for CPA or something, and let's go with that. But 3.2 seems like a pretty big wag, right? Even though we have that. I mean, historically, we can look at our numbers historically, and unless, and I understand that, there's probably more students or whatever that fall into this. Great, that's fine. But if it's not a humongous number, then that trend line doesn't jive. Does that make sense? I think. Okay. So if we think we're going to hit 3.2, then I think you leave it alone. But the history's not saying that, right? So I think you put some increase in there for increased expenses and things like that. But I think that number needs to get reined in a little bit. And then if we rein that number in a little bit, we don't have enough revenue for our budget. So where does that end up going? So what do we do with that? So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
All right.
Do you want to speak to that or no? Okay. Catherine?
I guess the way I look at the budget is I look at the bottom line number. Because that's really what the budget is. There's different parts of it that make up different percentages, but it's that bottom line number that's going to carry over into next year. It's the bottom line number that's going to affect everything going forward. And we've been fortunate, if you can call it fortunate, that we've had tax stabilization money to put towards things to make it so that it's easier. It's unfortunate we had the weather incidents that we did, but that also came through for Barry as being a tax bonus this year. And I guess just looking at the number of 56, it's a huge number. The city of Montpelier has a budget of $30 million. Barrytown has $9 million. Barry City's 14. Almost all three of those budgets fit within this budget. It's a big number. And I think doing the best we can to make it as efficient as it can be is our duty. I was a realtor before. I've been in a fiduciary position where you're looking out for on behalf of the people you're working for. And I agree that the children are kept in mind and best interest, but I also know that the children are part of the community, and you can't separate the children in the community. What happens in the community is going to affect the children. And I think anybody would agree that if things are hard on the families, it's going to relate to the children as well. And so it's so important to be sure that we really, really are balancing the needs of the children with the needs of the community. And if we do end up going forward with this, I hope the community agrees, because I think they would like something a little bit less. And I think 6.5 is still a good number.
Okay. I got a question about this budget. There's been some conversations going on about supplies. I assume that the not ordering them is because of we don't have a budget currently.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Has there been a
Moratorium on supplies?
Yeah.
Only the essential items.
Okay.
put together some procedures in the summertime where the buildings wanted to start ordering. And we said, slow it down. They have to meet these criteria. And there's been more oversight on the part of the business office concerning those expenditures.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we're gonna get the supplies needed
We will-
for our teachers.
We will have the essential supplies ordered.
And, okay, and, if we were to dig any deeper, do you think we can do that without having an impact?
The second part of that, I need to reserve a comment about that. I started my job 2 months ago, and I made some promises to all of you, and I intend to keep those promises, which is I do need to look more fully at the staffing patterns and at how things are done in this district. But what I tried to emphasize is that I can't do that in 90 days. I need the year to do that, and we're heading into a new budget cycle, hopefully soon, when we get this put to rest. So part of what I'm asking is that there's some trust here that that will happen. I want to turn the page on this, but if you need another meeting to do so, then let's make that decision based on needing more information. My hope was that we could start to turn the page, and I certainly understand the position that we're in, trying to balance the competing interests. At this point, I believe the budget that I brought forward to you is from me. At this point where I know a certain amount of information about your district and knowing that I need to learn more, and I intend to do so. So heading into this year, it is going to be difficult. We have a lot of unfilled positions. We've tried to balance that with not filling some of those critical positions. And I may come back to you with another plan to say, we do need these positions, but I can't justify it in this moment until I get more information from working in the schools. So, Alice, I'm not quite sure you had a question when you were making comments. I'm happy to answer any questions. And if you have any more around special education, this is my area of expertise. I was a special educator for many years, a special ed director, and I have done a zillion service plans. So I know what the detail is that goes into those reports. Terry, I cannot explicitly answer your question, why the big change from year to year. All I can tell you is that if we now have support from the agency around how we calculate what it is that we need and the revenue we're going to receive, then I have full confidence that using that calculator and the parameters around us, we're going to get better information going forward. So I guess I'm ready to hear your direction at this point. What do you wish to do?
All right, so with that, I'm gonna put it out to the public. Steve, Steve Johnson, you had your hand up first, and gonna let you go.
Yeah, actually, you covered a few things, right? We obviously talked about the worksheet and the $3.148 million projection based on inputs from special educators in the fall of 2023. So tonight we said we expected ordinary reimbursement to be $2.6 million for FY24. Is that based on section / worksheet B, part 3 of the SEER reports filed last week or prior?
It's A and B, isn't it, Lisa?
It's B.
It's B. It is B.
But the
Thank you.
seer is A.
So that looks to be?
Yes.
Okay, and the other question is, how does the $1.6 million overage of actual expenditures or actual revenues over budget impact the projection of the FY24 surplus? It seems like it would add approximately $1.6 million to the surplus discussed for about 10 minutes in last week's meeting, starting about 39 minutes into the meeting.
It's up to you what you want to do.
We have a public comment policy though.
That's
so
true.
I think we need to stick to that.
Yep, sorry. Do you want to continue, Steve?
Was there I don't know what the problem was, sorry.
Well, we're not going to answer the question. We're going to take the question and get back to you if.
That's fine. It seems pretty obvious to me.
You still have,
Good. Thanks, guys.
all right, thanks, Stephen. All right, any other public comment? Paul? Paul
20
Malone?
seconds or less. If members of the public has questions that are important and germane, like Mr. Thompson just asked, and he doesn't get an answer, and you're going to get back to him at some other point, then you probably shouldn't be voting on a budget tonight if it's germane to the budget.
Other, Rachel Van Vliet?
Yeah. Rachel Van Vliet, Berrytown taxpayer, special educator, BEA president, just began as an individual. And it seems like, I'm glad that we're following procedures in terms of the comments, public comments, but maybe it could be re-looked at for answering questions. I just, today was so exciting. Everyone's back in the building. Not everyone, sorry. Staff on a teacher contract, we're back in the building. There's so much, it was such a great day. And I just want to say I'm so disappointed in this meeting to hear that there's not more compromise. And hearing that some of the board members don't think it's going to affect the students, it's going to. It already has. We're going to be asking parents for more supply money if we don't have enough supplies. It's going to come back because students are going to be disadvantaged in Barry compared to every other district. Sorry, not every other district, to other districts that are spending more on their students. They're getting a better quality education. We're going to lose more staff. We're going to end up having to contract out, which ends up costing more. So I just really hope that this community can support public education. And this has been, there's so many cuts that have been made from the original that it's clear that people have compromised. And I really wish others would. Thanks.
Darby?
I would,
I can
I'm
hear
sorry. Is this my turn? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
you. Yep.
Okay, I would just like to echo Rachel. It was my first day back in the building and I was very excited. I spent my flex day getting my classroom ready. And as you know, I've spent many nights here at the board meetings and being with you and watching your process. And I was very excited to be back with my colleagues. And I'm very disappointed. I'm very sad to be here tonight, and it's putting very much a damper on the beginning of my school year. I was really hoping for a compromise tonight. It is affecting me and the beginning of my school year. And I know I'll be trying very hard to put on a positive face for my students. And I hope, and I really pray that my school board, that I put faith that you'll be able to come to a compromise very, very soon, because it is affecting us. And I hope that you will recognize that what you do really does affect us as a community, your school community. And we work hard, and you're not in a room by yourselves, that you affect the greater community. And we work hard for you. And hopefully that you'll be able to see that soon. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Elreen?
Yeah, hi, I'm Irini Mavadonis. I teach art in Barry City, and I felt the same thing that both Rachel and Darby are saying. I just want to echo what they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for the board? To the board? Sorry. All right, so I'm going to go around again. If any board member wants to make another comment or ask additional questions, I'll just throw it out there. Emily?
I support this budget, and I won't support any more cuts. I won't support looking at a 6.5 budget. We can't do that to our teachers, our educators, our staff, our children. We're the third largest district in the state. We're at the lowest for per pupil spending. We have one of the lowest tax rates around us. I think that we have done a fiscally responsible job, and I will support this budget.
Sonia?
I want to just clarify a couple of things. One board member commented on concern about Berry City, and I would just remind the board and anyone who's listening that Berry City voted for this budget 3 times. The community has supported this budget, so I wouldn't worry about Berry City. We have supported the budget 3 times. If it goes down in Berry City, it's probably because it's too low. They started with the first budget, and I support the first budget, and now here we are $2 million later in cuts, and we want more. We have a 1 cent tax increase in Berry City, 1 cent. We have absorbed every single increase to healthcare, wages, benefits, fuel oil, you name it. We have absorbed it into this budget. And to say that this isn't going to impact students is a farce. This is a lie you're telling yourselves so that you can feel better and sleep at night. I will not support any more cuts. I can barely support this budget, and I think we need to get on board and move this forward.
Garrett?
So, I when it comes to issues of affordability, I ask folks to look in their packet and look at the comparison of our tax rate to other tax rates of schools in the area or schools of our size. And as I tell a lot of people, you're not going to get a much better deal in the state of Vermont than the BUUSD. As has been said, I support the 7.4% increase, and I also will not be supporting any further cuts. A budget is a blueprint of our values as a community. This 7.4% increase was not the outcome I originally hoped for. However, I've came to these meetings not with an ego, but with a willingness to listen and learn. And to our school teachers, faculty, and students, all I can say is that I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the uncertainty. I'm sorry that we're the only district in the state to not have a budget. This is not normal. It's been difficult, confusing, and frustrating. And what I hope from this is that we can move forward and continue to celebrate what brings us together and not what divides us. And moving forward, I will continue to strive to make sure we efficiently invest in our students. And I also hope that we can communicate what we are for, not just what we are against. For a school that helps students be better off than previous generations, be happy, healthy, and nurtured. Nope. Be happy, healthy, and nurtured. Access to after-school programs that statistically prove that's the most for juvenile crime after school, 3 to 6 p.m. That's most likely to happen. For strong facilities that keep us flood resilient and ADA compliant, and a school that leaves no one behind, especially our over 600 students that legally require our special education services. That's all I have.
All right. Any other comments? So I'll make a comment. Joanne, you have been in this business since how long?
Do I need to say over 40 years?
40 years. I'll there's a point where you have to defer to people with experience and you have the experience. You would like to see what you can do in the future, but you don't have enough time to start making willy-nilly cuts, correct? And you're set on this budget, and you feel confident that you're going to be able to work with this budget to not go over.
Yes.
And it's your final offer this moment. Okay. And I just want to say that no matter where you stand on this budget, whether you think it's too high or too low, the thing that we have to come out of here, because we want to pass this budget, is not making comments about how we don't support it. And I would certainly ask the board to do that. At this moment, we have the warning that's in there. We're moving on to item 7.1. And I would ask for a motion to approve the budget or table it.
So moved.
Next week.
Second.
All right, so it was motioned by Giuliano, seconded by Sonia. Is there discussion? Alice?
I just have a couple of comments that, comments from individuals both in the city and in Berry Town have been that they want the school board to be not only responsive to their needs, but also to be, to assure them that going forward, that we will just be more astute in what we're doing. That to some people who are professionals and looking at budgets from their professional viewpoint, that work in business and industry are saying, asking the questions, what is it based on? So as we go forward, do we have plans that in a future budget, we can say, this is our instructional plan, this is our buying plan, this is our facilities plan, so that as we put things into the budget, it is based on something, not just on conjecture and not just on wishful thinking. So I think that's very important. And as we have gone into this, have we done an inventory? And I think the person that brought this up is a very astute person from a major company that's not in Berry Town, but out of the area, but lives in the area. Have we done an inventory so we, to quote him, we use what we got rather than buying more vehicles, buying more garage doors, buying more materials that sit on a shelf somewhere. So that was a very good question that I think we need to consider as we go forward with this. What are we basing this budget on? And then again, the other question that comes up consistently is, if we are investing all this money, what should be, and we can't answer this ourselves tonight or probably for another year, but what should be the expected growth that we should see in our students? We are coming back from COVID. We've had the ARPA money. We've had the COVID money. Have we cross-hatched what was supposed to be done under the COVID plan with what's happening now? And what can the public expect for their community, but what can parents expect for their children? And I think we have to take that into consideration.
Thank you. Nancy?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think there's still some items that have not been answered, some questions, and the 3.2 is one of them. And I think out of everything that I think we could live with the other stuff like the bus riders and anything else. And I was looking at fuel costs, but I think the 3.2, it sticks in my head that if that comes in lower, that we are going to be, as Terry quoted, in a deficit. And all the contracted people, the teachers, the staff, they're all set. They're not going to be denied anything. There's plenty of money for the students, supplies, and whatever they need. There is money there. And so I feel that, I know this is going to sound crazy. I don't want to rush into this. I know we don't have a budget. It's been a while, but if we could just get some clarification around that 3.2, I would be happy.
Isn't that a wash?
What's a wash?
Isn't it a wash? The special ed and what we use, and then I thought it was a wash.
No, it's not a
It's not a
wash.
wash. Okay, never mind.
No.
All right. Catherine?
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's comments, and I can see where you're coming from. And I know that you really care about the students, about the school, about the teachers, about the community, and I'm happy to be part of this board. It's been a learning experience. It's been good. And I guess what I would like to pose is that, can you, who are so adamantly against looking closer into this budget, come up with the thought that we might have a good reason why we'd like to look more into this budget? Because I started back on this board back in March with the same exact questions that I have today, pretty much. And when I asked those questions, I was belittled, I was berated, I was told that everyone had already gone over this and people knew about it and that was it. And that was 3 budgets ago. And if we had taken the time back in March, I feel we wouldn't be sitting here right now, because we could have been here months ago. And all I'm asking for is for everybody to just think, is there a good reason why? Why? Why is it that increasing our budget 6.5% from last year is not acceptable?
Great question.
I am hoping that this is not a situation where I break this tie. And I'm just going to state that. And I will make the comment that we've only been on the job for less than 2 months. And I'm hopeful and I have faith that you're going to be able to come back next year with a budget that realizes some of the concerns that folks may have in this budget. And I understand where you are, as an administrator coming into this. With that, I am going to.
I didn't get a chance to speak during this discussion.
Yep.
So I have some concerns about, I'm concerned that we are forgetting that we are so far behind everybody else. We're supposed to be starting our next budget. We have all of the information that we have because we are so late in creating our budget. We know exactly, or almost exactly, what was spent last year because it's now next year. Usually in March, you don't have that. When you start planning your budget in September, you don't have all of that information. We have the unfortunate or fortunate opportunity to have every single piece of information at our fingertips, and we can question it. And we could do that until next year at this time if we would like to live with 87%. The problem is that that's not really doable. And so I would encourage, if not everybody on the board wants to get behind the budget, maybe everyone in the community can get behind the budget. Because at this point, what happens on the board level doesn't really matter. What happens in the community and how people vote really matters. And we're talking about 6.5%, and we're talking about an increase of 1 cent or 3 cents. And the bottom line is, you can throw out numbers. What people really care about is affordability. Is this going to be affordable? And when you say things like this is going up 6.5% or this is going up 7.5%, how's that going to impact their pocketbook? How is that going to impact how they're going to pay for things? In Berry City, it's 1 cent. 1 cent. In Berry Town, it's 3 cents. I can almost guarantee you, I don't have my notes with me, but I bet that Berry Town approved a higher municipal increase when they voted on their budget in May without a blink. And now here we are looking at this and we're saying we can't afford it. So help me understand how this is about affordability. It's not about affordability. It's about controlling and defunding schools. And so we need to move forward with this proposal and do the best that we can and give Joanne a chance to give us her best option for next year.
All those in favor? The motion has been Motion made by Giuliano, seconded
What was the motion?
to approve the budget at 56,808, no, sorry, 56,808,338. Correct?
Yes, that
Is
is,
the motion just whether or not you're gonna vote on it today?
No, this was just the motion to approve the budget as presented, which is the 56 million, not 56,000. That would be really bad. All right, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Opposed?
No, I'm a no.
I have faith that you're going to be able to pull this over, and I have faith that you're going to be able to work on this budget over the next year. With that, the motion passes. And moving on to the warning, which is a perfunctory setup, just something that we have to do once a budget is approved. The warning is in the packet, and I would ask for a motion to approve the warning.
So moved.
Second.
All right, the motion has been made by Sonia, seconded by Emily. We are warning the vote for September 17th. And it's going to be at the BR or the Berry Auditorium and the Berrytown School. Thank you. All right, discussion. Again, this is just a perfunctory part of this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion. Okay. All right, so motion passes with Catherine voting no and Nancy voting no. And all right, moving on. Did you say no?
No, I,
Oh,
go
it's just
ahead
a
with the
warning.
warning, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, moving on to affirm the working protocols. We do have the working protocols in the packet. And wait a minute, before we move on, I'm just going to encourage folks that are supportive of the budget, support the budget, get out the word to support the budget. All right. And thank you. And thank you, Lisa. All right, so we've got the board operating protocols. I can read them or we can just vote on them. Nancy?
We've already approved these.
Yeah, Tracy
affirming.
recommended that we, now that it's public, I'm putting it in the public packet, that you reaffirm it. If you don't want to reaffirm it, that's fine.
I think it's,
What are we reaffirming? I mean, we've
We're-
already approved it.
You did, and she took your comments and she
Okay.
added this to the final document, so that's why I'm asking for it to be reaffirmed.
Okay.
I can read it. Should we? Oh,
Okay,
want
all right, if you're gonna, I'll wait for discussion, because I've got some questions.
okay. So I'll just read the operating protocols. The board will represent the needs and interest of all the children in our district and all our community members. The board will lead by example. We agree to avoid words and actions that create a negative impression of an individual, the board, or the district. While we encourage debate and differing points of view, we will do it with care and respect. Addressing issues. Surprises to the board or the superintendent will be the exception, not the rule. We agree to ask the board chair or the superintendent to place an item on the agenda instead of bringing it up unexpectedly at the board meeting, All personnel complaints and criticisms received by the board or its individual members will be directed to the board chair, who, I thought we changed that, but who will in turn share them with the superintendent. I remember why we didn't. Board requests of staff are to be directed to the superintendent. The board will encourage others to follow the board policy on complaint procedures and present their concerns, problems, or proposals to the person who can properly and expeditiously address their issue. To be efficient and effective, long board meetings must be avoided. If the board member needs more information, the superintendent and the board chair are to be called before the meeting. Audience participation protocol will be consistently practiced. The board will consider research, best practice, public input, and financial impacts of their decision making. The superintendent is the chief executive officer and should recommend, propose, or suggest on items that go before the board. The board will speak to the issues on the agenda, not engage in inappropriate debate. Facts and information needed from the administration will be referred to the superintendent. Study sessions will be for in-depth discussions on one or two agreed upon topics. When executive sessions are held, board members will honor the confidentiality of the discussions. The board commits itself to continuous improvement through a yearly board retreat. The board and superintendent will facilitate goal setting for the school district. The board will do their homework and improve their skills by attending board training and networking opportunities. Individual board members do not have authority. Only the board as the whole has authority. We agree that an individual board member will not take unilateral action. The board chair or designee will be the board spokesperson. When board members serve on various committees or attend committee meetings, their role shall be as liaison to the board, and when addressing the committee, shall be as an individual. The superintendent will manage the schools. The board will establish the vision, create policies, and assure accountability. And I am not a good reader.
I make a motion to affirm the working protocols.
Okay, the motion has been made to affirm the protocols by Garrett.
Second.
Seconded by Giuliano. Discussion, Nancy, and then Alice.
I didn't submit any suggestions because I figured because we came out of the meeting and it automatically got approved. So to me, this should be board and superintendent operating protocols. I went through this, like number one, the board will represent, I think, advocate. There's things in here that, I don't know, I'm confused as to why we came out of the meeting. I thought we were to wait until we provided the information to Tracy and then compile that, and then we were to meet like we are right now and to go over this. But because it was approved.
So it was Tracy did say that we could email suggestions, and were there any suggestions
She
emailed?
didn't mention it tonight,
Okay,
but she did provide me
So
with
we-
the final copy.
we approved the meeting norms, and we did offer an opportunity to make suggestions, and it sounds like none were made. And
Because it
that's the
was
reason why.
approved. Because it was approved.
Right, but it was discussed that we could send in our recommendations.
Prior to the approval, and then it was brought up, why are you approving this if we're gonna be, it was kind of decided, taken out of our hands because of that. So I just, I figured if it's approved, then if it was approved as is, we can't change it.
So, well, we can always change things. I will say that your comment about board and superintendent operating protocols, I think that's a very good change and certainly could have a motion to that effect if you wanted to.
Well, I've got a whole other.
There's such things as amendments to the motion. Okay, Okay, moving on to Alice.
Just something that, as a matter of fact, your reading inspired my editorial ear. On number 5, where it
I
says.
may have read it wrong, Alice.
No,
just
it's
for the
right.
record.
It's, but you'll understand why. The board chair are to be called before the meeting. Could we change that to prior to? Because the essence of calling somebody before a meeting can have a negative meaning. We're calling you before this meeting because we're gonna chop your fingers off. You know? But so I just, when you read that, I said, whoa.
So
It's just an editorial suggestion.
I know that there's no such thing as friendly amendments, but can we do friendly amendments? Are we okay with that for this?
To change before to prior
Prior
to.
to,
Yeah. Can,
yeah, I think
And
it
add
makes more
superintendent.
sense.
I mean, we can go through the motion. So Alice makes a motion. Is there a second? Oh,
I'll second.
seconded. Okay. Discussion. All those in favor say aye to the
Aye.
amendment. Nay? Okay. Is there a motion to change the board and superintendent operating protocols? Change the name? No? Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, are we
You're
doing
making
this,
a-
are we doing this now?
We can make
I
amendments.
mean, are we just gonna make amendments for the whole? May I make us,
Sure. The sigh wasn't because of what you were saying. It was
okay,
just,
I'm just thinking that because there was some miscommunication about providing input, and I would like to provide some input. And I don't know if anybody else, nobody else has apparently, but I think everybody should have the opportunity, because it was approved again, that I think there was this huge misconception. I would like to postpone this, maybe for the next meeting, next Wednesday, and have everybody provide input and see where it lands. I mean, I've got a whole bunch of things that, like word changes. One I suggested was the advocate for the needs and interests of all our children. We will model professionalism by avoiding language or actions that may negatively impact an individual.
Alice?
I was
And
just
then
wondering, and when you talk about changing it to superintendent and board protocols, is that anything that's already covered in policy?
There is a policy. I'm not quite sure that you've adopted one on that,
Yeah,
but there is a board superintendent relationship
because
policy.
if these are just the protocols, this is, extending from that policy, that here we have the policy, then here are the, it's the 3 Ps of, policy, procedures and practices. So, that's all that I would just wonder about that. I don't want to supersede policy.
Emily?
Could be incorporated.
Yeah.
Would it be reasonable here to go back to Tracy and tell her that we had a miscommunication about the emailing of concerns and kind of start that again so everyone feels like they had an opportunity to participate? And I know we did set a deadline. We were talking about August 12th or 14th, and so there might have been some confusion there. So maybe that's where that is from. So maybe we just ask Tracy to open that window up again so everyone, and we're very clear right now on what that looks like. And
So I'm okay with that. So we would need the motioner and the second to withdraw their motion. Or somebody make a motion to table it. Well, no, because the motion would be, it would still be on the table. Sonia?
Can I just make a comment that while I recognize that some of these operating protocols have to do with the superintendent, some of it is just the board and what we need to do. So I'm not in favor of changing it to board and superintendent operating protocols. I think the superintendent has a job description and these are the board operating protocols.
So is is someone, a mover and second, are gonna withdraw their motion?
Can I ask a question
Or, sure,
to Nancy?
sure. Why not?
Are your suggestions substantive? I mean, are you gonna go through each one and have changes to a majority of them?
I don't know if it'd be changes to majority, but some of them, the wording, just what we're talking about right now. Yeah,
Because we did this process, we dedicated some time to this, and then it just seems like we're gonna invest a lot more time into redoing this, because you'll make some changes and then we're gonna have to go through this again. I don't know, I mean, it's just a question of how much do you want changes after we've all gone through it.
Well, I think it's important that we have the wording correct, that, it serves the right purpose and, I don't know. I just feel, and you're right, Juliana, we did briefly discuss this, but we didn't sit down and really tear this apart and provide our comments because we were under the impression that we had time to do this and then it was approved.
I'm not going to be withdrawing my motion. I think we should vote on it. We had a consultant look at it. I think it's all pretty self-explanatory stuff, and I think this is an example of why people don't think their local government works for them, because I just don't understand why we can't affirm this.
So I'll just make this comment. I like what Emily said. I think that, there might have been a misunderstanding. I don't know if 1 week is really going to be that much of a problem. We're, as Nancy said, she knew that we are working on this. We did approve it. So it's technically approved. This is a affirmation. But I can't tell the mover in the second or to withdraw. So any other comments before we vote?
Well, as always, any document like this is always kind of organic, and it as we use it, we may find some in the course of the coming year, if we're depending upon this, and maybe there are things that we find aren't working, we can bring it back up again.
True. All right. All those in favor of affirming the board operating protocols with the modification, saying prior to the meeting for number 5, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes with Nancy's nay. Moving on to community engagement plan development.
So I took a stab at a postcard that we could send out. I didn't make a copy for you tonight because I didn't know where we would be. But I think what I've included in your packet are some events that will be happening over the next couple of weeks. So my goal is to create this postcard and to be able to send it out, but also to work with some of you who are willing to join the school events with me, to be present in the public, to go to the music festival in Courier Park, and look at voter lists and see if we can determine, based on who's voted, what the strategy might be. So we can have this discussion now, or we could form a small group and work on it outside of a board meeting. I'm totally open to any way that you'd like to proceed.
Questions, comments? Sonia?
Looking at your notes, the Spalding High School meet and greet is August 28th from 7:45 to 12:15.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I haven't seen Denise, but that's what she wrote.
Okay, so that seems like a very long time.
Yeah.
Is there a window of time that we could participate, or will parents?
I think parents will be coming and going is what I understand.
Okay.
I don't have specific details about that event, but I will find out and communicate to the board. And if you have a window of opportunity to join me in any one of these events, don't feel you have to be there the whole time. I'll take what I can get.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, and looking at that schedule, it looks like at Berrytown, you're gonna be August 26th from 4 to 5.
Monday.
Berry City from 3:30 to 4:30.
Yeah, I'll be visiting both schools, but that's the best I can do. I'm not going to be able to remain the whole time. So one role that a board member could play is to spot me in those locations.
Okay,
But,
yeah, I think that's a great idea. And then I see, you got Berry City Council meeting, but you don't have anything for Berrytown.
I was already introduced to the
Oh, okay.
Berrytown
Okay.
Select Board, and I'm happy to go back, but I did a meet and greet there.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
And I'm open to other suggestions, other events. Is there Rotary? Are there Elk Club? I mean, what's happening in our towns, in our city, that would leave an opportunity for us to reach out?
Emily?
Thanks. I think that community engagement plan development sounds great. I couldn't see your postcard, but just the Let's Turn the Page messaging, that's really nice. That's in keeping with our clean slate resolution, kind of a fresh start. I would be supportive of creating a small group to work on this, if that was the will of the board, rather than bringing it to the full board meeting all the time.
I would like to mention, however, that if any of you I know that some of you like social media, I would respectfully ask that we work together on messaging. So if we decide that there's a certain way we would like to communicate, that you run that by the superintendent, and I will find a way to find out if other board members have feedback without replying all. And just so that we can say, this is a message from all of us, not just one of us.
Alice?
It's my understanding that there are podcasts in the community that may be of interest for a superintendent of schools to visit.
Okay. You?
Yeah, I'm available,
Okay.
and I'm sure that Aired Out would be, but there's also WDEV. There's Pat McDonald's video or podcast that she has, and I'm drawing a blank if there's any others that people can think of, just as opportunities to get out there. Maybe WC, call them up and see if they'll do a
I have been contacted by VPR, and there will be a story out soon, and Vermont Digger was in my office today, so there will be some media reach out. So if any of you are interested in working with me, just shoot me an email and give me your availability, and I'll pull something together so that we can get some communication decided.
And one last question, will this be growing into something, we had this immediacy of the budget, but then will this be growing into a plan for continued community engagement? Because that has been a big need.
Yeah. That's the plan.
Good.
Sonia?
I'm assuming that the community engagement will include all of the things that we've done in the past. I'm sure Laura has been helpful or will be helpful. And I'm thinking about things like emails to parents. Berrytown has a newsletter, Berry City has a website. There may be a way to utilize the things that are already existing in the community to be able to get the word out regarding the vote, or even just encouraging people to go to the website to find more information.
Yes, thank you. I have been reviewing those steps with Laura Potter already. So we've got to move quickly. That's why I wanted to create something to bring as an example today. And yeah, a lot of steps need to be taken. Yeah.
Send me a JPEG and I will post it tonight.
All right.
I'm ready to go to school.
Okay.
All right. Any other suggestions? Giuliano did offer to stand on the corner with me with a chicken outfit with the sign that says "Vote for our budget." Is that correct?
You can't say that.
You know what? You put words in my mouth, but that sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, man.
But I'm not wearing the outfit.
It's a shame. I wore a chicken outfit to support Spot during chicken poop bingo. That's not the word that was used, but
Remember the banana costumes that were out?
Okay, let's
Sorry.
move on to the next agenda item.
sorry. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so the open meeting law complaint, we do have that. We did have that in our packet. The issue with the website has been dealt with. It's taken care of. The point of order was called during a public comment, during the public comment section. The person that was speaking was Mrs. Mulvaney. She was talking about the budget. So we asked her to talk about that at the budget time. She waited, and during the budget discussion, there was another point of order brought up because they were talking about national politics. I asked her to, because the point of order came up, I had to deal with the point of order. I asked her to discontinue speaking so that I could deal with the point of order, and she did not. I multiple times asked her to discontinue, and then I turned to Michael and I asked him to mute her. I then determined that her comments that she was making were her trying to set the context of her comments about the budget and felt that she could make those comments. I offered her to continue her comments, and she declined on doing so. I don't think that this is a violation. According to statute, we as a board have to make that determination. So the options that we have before us is we could make a motion, somebody can make a motion to dismiss and indicate that there is no need for cure, or we would need a motion to acknowledge that there was a open meeting violation and that we would have to determine a cure for the open meeting law violation complaint. Is there questions, Nancy?
Yes. So I looked at this and these are my comments. This complaint is not valid due to has an incorrect date. And it lacks focus on a potential violation of open meeting law. It's also was done unprofessionally because it targets individual board members rather than addressing the issue at hand. And it also lacks including the time of the alleged violation. It's important to understand and identify where the potential violation occurred. The board chair ultimately chose to interrupt this community member in his right and then allowing them to continue speaking. Normally,
I'm so sorry. Are you addressing me?
No, I will address.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, it was from you,
Nancy,
so that's why.
yes,
Yep.
please.
The board chair, okay, normally the board chair should provide a reason for his ruling, which we all understood what it was. And even though you didn't say it, we understand. So to see these rules in Robert's rules on page 233, 23, 23.2, a point of order can interrupt another speaker. It does not require a second, it's not debatable or amendable, and cannot be reconsidered at the time of the incident. It's essentially calling on the chair for a ruling and enforcement of rules. In Vermont statute 31253 states an open meeting, the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity to express its opinion on matters considered by the public body during the meeting. I feel this was not an open meeting law violation.
And I just want to follow up that all open meeting law violations are on me. I am the one that runs the meetings. It is a violation against my decision. I did indicate the context issue when I made my determination that I felt that she had the right to speak, and I also apologized to Mrs. Mulvaney for cutting her off. I will say that we had a problem. Well, anyway, that's all I wanted to say. This is an open meeting law violation against me. It's not against board members. It was me. Emily.
This is an open meeting law violation about the board, Michael. It's not about you personally or a board. So this is about taking responsibility as a board. Open meeting law is meant to provide the public and empower them a way to contribute in local government without fear, without worrying that they're going to be targeted. It allows them to participate, and it also allows them to be a check on what the board is doing. Open meeting law is not Robert's Rules of Order. We should definitely not be muting people, even if we've asked them to stop talking. Muting people is wrongfully excluding them from the meeting, which is their public right to have comment. She was not being rude, she was not being profane, she was not being disrespectful, and she was muted and prevented from speaking at an open meeting. That is an open meeting law violation.
So, and I will just make the comment that the issue with speaking is that I had asked her to discontinue speaking and she continued to. This is something that, as I was going to say, has happened in other communities. In fact, in a community next to us, someone continued to speak and they were arrested. The fact is that when the board chair, whoever's running the meeting, asks you to discontinue, especially in this particular case, which is a point of order for me to rule on it, we should respect the board chair and discontinue. If she was in the building, I don't have a gavel, but if I had a gavel, I'd slam it. I probably would, but it's the same thing. When the board chair asks you, the person running the meeting, to discontinue and you continue to speak after that, that would be out of order. But
I mean, it's possible that she's online, she didn't hear you at the time. I mean, she did stop speaking when she realized that you were speaking to her. Again, we can't mute people. We can't decide that we don't want to hear them because we don't agree with what they're saying.
And I don't like muting people, Emily. I don't. But in that particular case, she was not listening to me. And I was asking her multiple times to discontinue. And then I offered her to continue her conversation after determining the point of order that it was providing context to her comments. And therefore, I don't believe it is a violation. Sonia?
My concern is that if we are allowed to justify muting someone because we don't agree with what they're saying or because we don't think it has context, then what is the point of public comment? I don't think it is up to, I understand that it is your job as the board chair to stop people from talking when they're being rude and disrespectful or have gone over their time, or any of the other reasons why a board chair would interrupt. But interrupting simply because someone didn't like what was being said isn't a reason to mute someone. And that's why I believe this is an open meeting law violation. I think that particular case is why. And I think we have to set the precedent that even though people come and say things that we don't agree with and that we don't like, that's part of local government. And we have to sit and listen, and we have to hear all of our constituents. I've had to listen to many people who I didn't agree with, and I was the board chair and did not get the opportunity to mute them. So I think we need to be aware that our role as a board is to hear public comment. We are here to serve the public, to serve our community. And so I think this is an open meeting law violation. I 100% think this is an open meeting law violation.
You spoke to our attorney, correct? Yeah. Would you mind speaking to this?
I don't mind telling you what his answer was, but I can't give you the details of why. Because he thought it was a Robert's Rule issue, not a open meeting law issue. But it is not the attorney's job to make that decision. It is your job to make the decision about whether it was a violation or not, and then to follow the next step around, no remedy or a remedy.
So, Juliana?
So I understand where you're coming from. I also have been in that position. And it's the managing and the rapid fire type thing that's coming at you. But I think what Sonia is speaking of, it's when she said a particular item and then the point of order came out. It wasn't anything you did. I think you correctly said there's a time and place for this. You allowed her the time and place, and then when she started into her conversation, the point of order came out trying to silence her. So I do believe that kind of action does create a violation. It was the subject matter that she was speaking of that triggered that point of order.
But the decision was mine, and this will be a violation. I mean, the point of order,
That's not a violation.
Can we either have a motion to acknowledge the violation, or
It was an interruption. Regardless if it was a point of order, that was just a terminology to silence the conversation. Robert's rules is only for us.
Nancy, 1 minute. I understand that, but as the board chair, I have that ability to have somebody that is not in order to consider them out of order, and I do have the ability to, if it continues, to do that. I don't. Folks, it is the board's decision on whether or not this is a violation against me. So it needs to be, I'm telling you, it's a violation against me. So, Emily?
I would make that motion to acknowledge the violation as presented in the email and state an intent to cure it within 14 calendar days.
What's the cure?
To
I think the board
provide,
point of information.
yeah.
Doesn't the board come up with the cure?
Yeah, but she's making the motion, so she has to add the cure.
Don't we have to acknowledge it first?
I think the
We have
email's
14 calendar days to provide a cure.
I will second it. I'll second the motion.
Okay, so the motion was moved by Emily to acknowledge the violation and seconded by Sonia. Discussion? Alice?
I think we have, as a board, have been working very hard to make things better, and they have. And if we treat this more as a teachable moment rather than a violation, to look at what our practices and protocols are, that so that rather than going to being angry with ourselves, setting us back, that maybe we just ought to see what we can do now that we've recognized this, that what we can do to remedy it ourselves rather than taking a somewhat arbitrary rule on calling it an open meetings violation. We need to improve our process, what is what we're looking for.
Okay, Emily?
I agree with Alice. This is a governance moment for us. It's an opportunity for the board to lead by example, to acknowledge that we made a mistake. We are human, we are not perfect. That was a very important part of our training that we received, our open meeting law training, to say that people make mistakes and it's okay. And if you acknowledge it and correct it, everything's fine. So I agree that this is a great opportunity to practice our governance and our self-reflective and to correct mistakes when we see them.
Nancy?
Yeah, I'm having a problem on this whole thing. I mean, it's incorrect information. It says July 31st, and that wasn't when this event happened. Point of orders can be called anytime. It is up to the chair that he's dictated by Robert's rules that he has to stop what's going on and call when there's a point of order. And he has to address it. That's rule. And that's what we are guided by. He did his job. And then he made a ruling and he decided to let the community member continue on speaking. So I'm really struggling. I mean, I'm not sure what happened to our clean slate, but I don't see the violation. Everything was handled, because we don't like somebody calling a point of order on a community member doesn't constitute a violation. Thank you.
I am going to make this comment before calling this. This is a dangerous precedent we are setting if we vote for this. And I can already imagine comments that are going to be coming in the future that I'm not going to be able to mute. And I want folks to think about that, as there are community members that may not. I just want to be very clear. This is dangerous. And that's fine. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Nay.
Nay.
I will side with nay. So the motion fails. There is no. So that means it goes into the second part, which is if the board does not acknowledge it, it is considered not a violation.
All right.
Great. Moving on to roundtable.
Are you going to make a motion to do that?
Nope, I don't have to. So you don't have
make a
to.
motion to deny the violation?
No. Let me pull up the statute.
Yeah, I can. That's right. I just had it up here.
That's not it. So the motion or the failure for the body to respond to a written notice of alleged violation within 10 calendar days shall be treated as a denial of the violation for the purposes of enforcement of the requirements of this subchapter.
Number B.
And
It's 2A and B, and it's stating that the public body has determined that no violation has occurred and that no cure is necessary.
but there is no motion to.
No.
Unless somebody wants to make a motion, but it's going to fail. So that would mean that it go to number 3, which is a failure of the public body to respond to a written notice. It is considered declined. So,
That's interesting.
yes, I know.
Isn't that
It
interesting?
is a, hold on. So the question for yes, you are correct, but we're moving on. We've already done the open meeting law and dealt with that violation.
Interesting.
Roundtable. Juliana.
Oh, what works for one doesn't work for the other. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Garrett? Sonia?
My word for the night is disappointed. And I'll leave it at that.
Hey, Emily?
I just want to remind everyone that we are revoting our budget on September 17th. The polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Berry City votes at the auditorium and Berrytown votes at the Berrytown Middle and Elementary School. So please mark your calendars and make a plan to vote and talk to your friends and neighbors.
Alice?
We also have among us another school, if you want to call it that, the school district, which is the Career Center, which I am very glad to be the representative from this board to that board. And there's some interesting activities coming up at the Career Center. We have a welding program that will be opening this year. We also have the continuation in a unique form of our design and fabrication program, which is basically granite design and carving, and individuals who might be interested in that type of work and education can certainly contact my fellow board member, Mr. Chickenelli, who is the instructor of that. And we have opted to keep that program available for this coming year and look forward to many students and their parents asking questions and possibly joining that program.
Thank you. Nancy?
Yes, with the first day of school next week, I want to give my best wishes to all our staff and students and to the superintendent.
Thank you.
I hope your year is all about growth, learning, and success, and I hope a great first day.
Thank you so much.
Kathleen?
I just want to thank everybody that's here, and that even though we don't always see eye to eye, I think that it's great to do the work that we're doing, and everyone's voice is coming out, and I think sometimes it feels like we're not being, it doesn't give people something to put their hope in. Because there's a lot of differing opinions, but I look at our board as that's a good strength of ours, because we have so many different opinions, and thank you all for hanging in there, and we're working through it.
I want to echo, oh, well, you don't have.
No superintendent's
no
report
superintendent
tonight, because I have a big day tomorrow. I have a speech and everything, so
Save your voice.
save my voice.
With that, I do want to echo what Emily said. September 17th is the budget. Hope folks come out and vote yes for it so that we can move forward and start talking about the next budget. And I also want to echo what Catherine said, is I do think that our board has a very diverse set of opinions, and I do think that it is good for our community to have those different opinions. And I know that it can be very difficult at times. And as the person in the middle, I can assure you, it can be very difficult. So with that, I do want to say thank you to everybody for tonight. I think 2 hours is not too bad when we were talking about the budget, and we did pass it. So, all right. With that, moving on to future agenda items, which we have the board work plan, and I don't think there's anything else. Okay. So next meeting dates is August 28th, 2024 at Spalding High School, and September 11th, Spalding High School as well. Then we've got an executive session for a student matter. Is there a motion to go into executive session? Motion by Giuliano, seconded by Nancy. All right, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we go into executive session in 5 minutes.
Could you tell me what I do with this?
Just click leave, or click the red.
This?
Yep, and do not end it for.
Hi. How are you?
Just.
I was at 8.
Oh, boy. To bed early for
Not me. I want to get to bed. I won't sleep anyway. I'll just be going around and around with my speech. Believe it or not, I get really nervous when I get in front of people. And I know you probably say that's ridiculous, Joanne, but I do. I really do. I get nervous.
Technically, you have to, I think you're the one that, did you guys already come out of a good executive
Yes, we
session?
did. We did.
All right, so with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Garrett, seconded by Alice. All those in favor of discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Hey, David, is there something to wait on?